where he was taking him to, God needing to tame the tongue of the future prime minister of Egypt. Or let's take Moses as an example. After he killed an Egyptian and fled to the desert, he became a shepherd. This was very important for Moses because it taught him how to manage people. Funny, right? So it is for me and you. Even right now, the Lord is using the most unlikely scenarios to build you up for the future he has for you. This could also mean that he would shut some doors just because he knows the future. All you have to do is wait because you know that God will do as he said he would do, and he is faithful and just. To keep you till the end. Isaiah 55:9. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. The question now is, why would God shut some doors and open some? Why would God have to separate men before he can do his work? Well, so you can feel the pain of others and sympathize with them. Very often we see in the Gospels that Jesus was moved with compassion. A pain you have felt, you would sympathize with more. God also isolates people, so the problems you fought and won in the secret become your testimony and your advantage in helping others out. For the testimony of Jesus is the spirit of prophecy. Matthew 7:5. First cast out the beam out of thine own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast.
It's always monitoring, isn't it? Always monitoring. Right. It's been a plan about world domination by these demonic shape-shifting demons. The human entity, they possess the soul of human entities and creating globalist control. Agenda 2030 is gone. It's more policy related. 2 years advancement Agenda 2030. So the scaremongering, I mean, people that are not aware on the political spectrum and the bloodline families from past to history throughout the genetic genealogy, and it's all infiltrated. It has been for years. It's 5 to 7 UK time, and the police state, it is linked to, it's not just ordinary members of freemasonry. You need to look at the occult. There's two, you could say there's two worlds. You got the so-called surface kind of parallel world. It's like a movie. All these movies and videos and games and everything has always been there, hinting to the world that all this is already being pre-planned. So you've got the World Economic Forum, you've got those members. I mean, in England, I've got these documents, public knowledge. There's no such thing as government, ever. It's illusion. And the people have the power, and it's all to do with birth certificate, trust and equity. And when you study some of the information, they see it as a threat. They see the individual as a threat because you have knowledge. Knowledge of empowered individual is what they really do you know, that they just really will monitor everything about your personal life. You don't have a private life. So of course I had no clue um, about things that I know now, a long time ago, and I do now. So I'm on this completely watch list, which is fabricated since I uncovered the paedophilia ring of a serious nature back in the late 90s, and I had no clue. I thought the world, the way I was raised, was the way it is, you know, and the perception is so distorted. So many people are dragged into, you either do this for us. I'm not saying everyone is aware of this. I'm not saying every public servant is aware of this. But those climb in their job avenue, whether it's through their connections in the lodge, in the Masonic lodges, or whether it's just through their own abilities to get ahead in life. And then their family, and then generational. It isn't just like that. That's the perception of the general kind of thesis of this illusion of so-called world. The thesis of theories and opinions and mainstream education for so long has always been controlled by a few. And when you educate yourself and you find the documents, the links, connecting the dots like a puzzle really, and you're putting the pieces together, and you suddenly have an epiphany awakening, and your soul awakens, and you realise that life is not what you think it is, or know it to be, or been taught to be. And so you come off the grain, come off the ladder, so to speak, and you come into this real reality. So you know that there's nothing new about starvation, nothing new about corruption, nothing new about paedophilia, and that this is all history. And you look at the ancient cultures and you realise that to them it's natural, because that's all they knew. And there's very good documentaries that shows you the history of different cultures around the world. So an illusion of a westernisation, it is just that. The British economy, the British crown, and I'm not against monarchy, but just a privilege for a few through the bloodlines and the DNA and the family connections. They think they have control of the rest of the population, and depopulation, really, by whatever means. Well, who created the technology in the first place? So throughout generations, the public will get used to advancement. Can't hacking you or can you? The world control demons of the AI. The AI, the future, it's always been there. It's like the movies, Majority Report. You know, if you look at the graphics and the design and the scripts in these sci-fi movies, it really gives you the message of what the world is now and the future. So of course you got Arab, the royal family of the Arabs in the Middle East coming on board with the solution, signing with China and the companies. Like trade deals, that's all it is. Business and commerce. And so China and Russia. So they're ditching the dollar, petrodollar, apparently. And yeah, that has consequences for America, their economic economy. So of course they have to use digital currency, don't they? Crypto and whatever. And the the universal basic income is about really what is already happening in China, the communist country, to imply that trial in England and Wales, well, it's Wales, part of Great Britain, Great British Isles. So, and then you need to look at the terms and conditions, really, of if that is going to be implied, and the futuristic of the other implications of that policies, and if it's rolled out nationally, then it's key to look at, well, I mean, after £1,500 or £600, is that meant to pay for what? The full rent per month, your bills, your gas, your electric, everyday expenses, then your personal expenses you may have. Will that cover it all? Because it's not really set in stone. And there was a gentleman, he got his video, a couple of videos out about that, and he asked a similar sort of theory, well, where's the Pacifics? So it's a bit like the policies which I was reading up on today in England. So, if you know where the word money comes from, the currency comes from, to start with, it isn't backed up with anything. It's a sweat equity of the trust and equity law, really, and that comes really, the living man or woman individual are the beneficiaries and settlers of the estate. Now, the Crown Corporation, when they create a birth certificate, I can only quote reference to England, when they created, individuals lost at sea terminology, unless you claim the live life claim procedure and you're alive and claim your estate back, you're seen as a surety to be the one, when one responds to business and commerce and equity, needs to do it as the beneficiary and settler. Law, you need the full disclosure of contract terms, and that needs to be a meeting of the minds. Now, when you look at statute law, acts and statutes, rules and regulations, it needs the consent of the people. When you look at the terms and conditions, terminology really of words, then one needs to research different definitions and meanings, because not every individual, or whether it's private corporations or public funded companies, will know. Not everyone working in administration job and working with 5G technology and everything, digitalisation, they will just have their software programs automatically with the drop down menus with the titles of Miss, Mr, for female it'd be MS, MISS or MRS, it's the title. Because another business cannot contract with a living man or woman, they can only contract with another trust. It's business works. It's just, it's changing digits on the computer. That's all it is. So how does the notes come about? How does coins exchange come about? Well, the mint creates, the company in the mint creates the, they make the coinage out of their, it's interesting how they make the coins, actually. It's good documentaries out there. But where did that originally come from? You need to go back to Egypt. Excuse me, the original history of the bartering system. And then look into the coinage, where did it come from? So how did the Roman Empire conquer all that history ago into England? And you look at the monarchy in England and how that created, and it really goes back. There's a good documentary actually on a different platform I was in the middle watching the other day. Jeffrey, I'm not sure what the first name, and his family estate, and how he's turned it around, and it's a good documentary because in I think it was early 50s, they were burning down these estates after the Great Depression. Then you had the war and the financial collapse of infrastructures, and but these are bankers' wars. It always has been, and there's nothing new. So now we've got Italy on the blink of unrest, civil unrest, queuing up for the food, and I don't know about banks yet, and like Sri Lanka, I think I pronounced it right. How long is it going to take for it to happen to England? You can't just say, oh, here's 300 something pound to help with the increase in recession or cost of living. Where's that coming from? Where's all this promise? How many people, the number game, is there in England, for example, who may be able to take the offer? Where's the Treasury? Where's the HMRC Customs? It is actually a limited company, if you won't believe it or not. I investigated all that too, and I got the printouts. Are they just getting it from thin air? Are they getting the Bank of England? Oh, Bank of England is a limited company too. So yeah, it's the saga goes on. It's just unbelievable what you find out. It's just like you're just living on a bloody it's just like two parallel worlds. You have to excuse the noise in the background. They're just they are known police informers, paid. What they call in the terminology is gang stalkers, organised, public funded, and that's the darker side of life. So when you become enlightened, you haven't harmed anybody in common law, you haven't breached any contract in business terminology, but you just have a spiritual awakening and no knowledge, which is public information when you can research it yourself. And they just don't like it. And you see, you have then connections within. This is where the Freemasonry comes in. You get a rough few individuals that falsify records about your private life. Could be anything made up and passed off as plausible and deniability terminology, I think they use, and then you're on this kind of list, like you're a domestic terrorist, which you're not. You haven't even threatened anybody, let alone any kind of corporate business, representative agent, and you're no threat to nobody or yourself. But they make up lies about you, say, imply that you are, like they've been doing me for a long, long time. So I'm a survivor of a horrendous demonic entity. He's now dead. I don't know where the hell his soul's gone, but assure goodness it's not gone to a good place. What he did and what I'm witness to is horrendous. And I still live with it. So what they do with the mind is play on that. You know, I didn't even know about these advancement in technology for the brain. You know, it sounds like a sci-fi blinking movie. And I thought, how the hell do they hack into your brain and all this information and the patterns and documents? And I stumbled, and not while, you know, that while ago, how long ago now, can't remember now, but since 1952. I have nothing to lose by speaking. I won't mention, obviously, specifics on this platform, but I've got nothing to fear and nothing to lose. Because what I know, and it's just a real, I know why they got to my adult son and daughter and my grandchildren. I can't even believe it's my own granddaughter, what I'm seeing of her on social media. She's completely changed. You know, within 2 years, she's completely changed. And this is the world we're living in now. And I raised my daughter, and you know, it's up to them what they want to believe in, spirituality or whatever. I got out of the organised religion when I was a young woman because I found out it wasn't for me. Years on, I found out the founder was a Freemason. So basically, I was raised within Freemasonry. I got to witness a lot of rituals and a lot of abuses, and the corporation is internationally well known, extremely wealthy, and very much embedded in the fragments of society worldwide. But because of the humane part of their charity work in Far East countries and African countries, they are seen to giving back to humanity. So you talk about ex people that, you know, people that leave the occult, and you cannot be free to say what the hell you went through. And that does have an influence in your life, but you cannot change what's happened. And it's dealing with here right now. You can't predict the future, although one has the documents and the evidence of first-hand knowledge. You just know why things are happening the way they are. As I said, you cannot talk about certain factors in certain areas to certain people because they may not be aware, and then it just you'll come off as they'll just give you another label they haven't got any condition of, and they'll just farm you off, and it's making things up. You know, they give you these labels. Doesn't define who you are. I know they've hacked into it, not just brain interface technology and the D-Wave. The supercomputers are based over in Utah, in America, the D-Wave. And the satellites hooking up with use of the brain interface into loop for training and research purposes. How many corporations are hacking into my mainframe of my main internet I pay for? Just as endless. You know, I've got software that shows that how many IPs are. Yeah, I've got really good software protection, and they still get through the back door. But I'm blocking over about, I don't know, 70,000, maybe more IP locations into my network. And it's not just me, there's loads of people out there like me. So yeah, I'm left with a place that doesn't make is not safe. It's not by my design. It's not by me. It's by these demonic entities that jump over the fence and rip off the bloody plastic. And why is it my only wall of my flat, in my area? They pull off the vent from outside that's part onto the wall of the bathroom, and I never knew years ago, or I now known, obviously now, what a disabled wet room was really meant to be about. And it wasn't until I funded, for my birthday last year, just for the night, a hotel with a proper disabled wet room, and that I took photos of. And that's what my bathroom, not quite as nice as that, because it's a hotel, but it should be like. There's no way I can move out. Financially right now, I'm absolutely in a worse situation, you know. So it's like these perpetrators, you cannot believe who's involved, you know, because if I mention how many flats, who's involved, it would just sound too far-fetched. So I don't bother. And it's just one man I've known since he was a lorry driver. One man. And he is blocking. Don't make, you know, make it extremely hard to live here. Impossible, really. But I was raised in a period of time where we had to make do. In that hard times in the late 70s, well, early 70s, late 70s, we had the heat wave. I lived through it. And we used buckets of water to wash out often. You know, you had the camping kind of equipment, you know, hose, you know, we didn't call it solar panels or solar hose, and we knew what to do and how to survive in those days. And we had a shed and we made our own fruit juices and grew our own food and self-sufficiency, really. And we got through it as a family at the time. But as I said, I think society has really got used to too much of modern convenience, shall we say. I'd rather have a bucket of water, warm and hot and cold, an old-fashioned washing of clothes, saving the water, saving using convenience, getting used to using with, you know, not using appliances. The little I use, well, not me personally, because I cannot do it as much as I used to, but my private arrangement, personal care is just that. And these public servants hate that. So where do you cannot trust the very core elements of the corruption. No, especially what I know in the area, and I wish to goodness I didn't live here. It's like a trap. Is in a scenario where I know what's happened firsthand. I know the darkness of this that still goes on, and I know the key individual that led that paedophilia ring is still prominently connected in the town. And I cannot move towns because I'm financially extremely affected. I helped unconditionally my adult son when he was really in a bad situation a couple of years back now, and it's left me without my ability to build up savings again as the way I did at the time. And no, again, in trust and equity is not when you look at International Bar Association, which is a company, and they have an office in London, and you look at the Law Society, that's a company. I have these printouts to prove all this, and it's, oh my gosh, I was absolutely shocked. I was shocked. It's just like, I've known a lot of things, but a lot of that information, and then members of Parliament. I mean, look what they're doing in England at the moment. You know, debate is going to be the next Prime Minister. Nobody is voting for anyone. All you've got to do is vote for a member of a company. It's a bit like shareholders, or if you're a banking company like Lloyd's, when they got the bailout, you know, you're voting for. If you're a shareholder, you have a voting right. Oh my goodness me! So it's like I sent these documents off, which is readable, and again, it's like these public servants don't have no clue. And they're going to look at these documents and say, what the hell she sent me? But they just don't need to see that because their brains will not comprehend the information if they're not waking up. If they're programmed in such a way to stick to statutes and acts and regulations, they're going to dismiss it again. You know, and only those in the higher positions in England, for example, you have a 151 officer, financial officer, like, you know, experience in finance and taxation and accountancy. I used to run a couple of businesses years ago. Sadly, it didn't take off because what happened to me. But I was taught by some really good people I used to know about business, about commerce, basic things really, and I forgot all about that I had the attack on my life. And there's a reason I survived that attempt to murder, because I'm here still fighting, but I do it in honour and I do it lawfully and carefully. But it's not good enough for the dark occult, because I haven't sold my soul. I've got my faults. You know, I'm no angel, but I would never, ever, I would never harm anybody. But they set me up all the time. Can you believe this? In England, every town and city is set up as a company. Crime and fire, right? You think the fire brigade, it's like, you know, public sector services and it's government. It's not. You think the police, oh gosh, you know. Oh, I'm just sick of it. They're not. You know, they are a company, they're private. Sorry, correction, they're public funded. So all these taxations, all these taxes are going into the purse of those running these companies, of course, for accountancy purposes, meant to provide public services. Do they? Do they select what they're going to do and how they're going to do things? Because I never got justice in anything. Nothing. And I know now why. But the fact is, I know what goes around will come around for those that's done me harm and to harm my family when we're, you know, when they're growing up. What goes around will come around, and I just hope and pray that no matter what, forgiveness is very hard. I'm working on that still. And forgiveness of those that's transgressions against myself. And still are in ways I just can't even put into words. I'm very competent and very capable in doing my affidavits and doing my documents and besides a spell check, etc. As long as I stop hacking my bloody computer. And when my help permits, so yeah, I've got an injured body. I don't know how I've injured my bloody leg and my right leg and foot, so my friend emailed this company this morning for me to cancel tomorrow and rebook it because I'm physically exhausted. And it's not great having to be laid up. But I do not like having any electrics really on much at the moment, and the body needs to heal. So seeing people suffering in parts of the world, you can see, you know, when you think you're gonna watch a movie, right, and you're gonna turn off from this, from so much going on at the moment, right? This weather. Don't get me started on the weather, Tony. Could be here for hours. I know, like many people, what's going on above their heads, above the skies. And I survived a lot of things for reason to be here at this time, this period in this world, to know what I know. And I wish to goodness that my daughter and my son would wake up and see for themselves and realise that they need to have, as for their own sake, for their own families, a backup plan as a matter of urgency. I know my daughter's smart, and she'll think on her feet. Says my son, they're very smart people. I know what they've been, what the terminology they've been got to. You have to use my own family members to lie and manipulate about me, and to use them to get at me. And I know when they were young, and what happened to me when I was a young girl, and they were babies at the time, what my older brother did to me, and my ex-army brother. When I got robbed again beginning of this year, and in my bag, getting part of one of the phones that was stolen in the little case, had the printout from like the years. I remember the specifics, so I don't really need the paper. But he was involved with my sister-in-law, my brother, half-brother, 1980, end of 1981, beginning of 1982. She'd never moved up here, never. But my mum was, I know how and why. She was offered that job in Canada at the time, and I should have stayed put where I was happier down south than I've ever been up here. And I was raised in a way that so restrictive, it's just unbelievable. So yeah, I got out of it, but as I got older, things have happened, and you turn back on to halfway in your life, you look back on things, and you just know things now, and you see the bigger picture. It's not just about me, is it, anymore? There's people going through so much. I miss my 2 cats. That was the stage set up. My old house was set up. There's so much in my life that was. So the trauma based of this program, the mind control, it really goes back in how these bloodline families raised when they interbred to keep the bloodline pure. Yeah, that was quite an intriguing a reading, finding that out. And no raised, no kids, no children, not to have emotions, not to be that connected. And they used a lot of the psychology and manipulating their minds, and you know, making sure they didn't have much love, and you know, and there are lots of other dark stuff that went on. So really the brain has been worked on and always been studied. I don't know how far back really, but some of the websites and documents I've read over the period of time, it's about 1800s, and so now, you know, what they're portraying it out there at the moment in this period of time, well, just amounts it about 20 odd years, and that's where we are with technology. Neuralink is nothing. I mean, that's old news. The D-wave is more important. You know, the hacking remotely, neuromonitoring into the brain, into the cortex, into the nerves, into the documents. Not documents, into the nerve centres, the cortex, back of the brain, on top of the head, and then microwave, weaponry. Well, the weapons, bloody hell. That's not great. And then the hen, excuse me. You see, this, if there was such civil unrest, you know, like Italy, like this other country that's in the news, the military would use these type of weapons for crowd control. The beams, you won't be able to see the beams, and the microwave weapons, it's like the sound beams. They would use them on the population, the people, and they're soon dispersed because it's so powerful. And then people can actually alter dark web, make their own handheld microwave devices. Technology being through the wall. So yeah, the smart technology, think the word smart, anything smart, it's all about, like, I've got no issue monitoring my water, you know, I don't hardly use it, it's just for medical purposes really. I've always lived within my means. I don't get all these gadgets, I've never been that way inclined, and I raise my kids that way, make do what you got. But when I look at these younger generations now, they're just a commercialism. Buy, keep buying, keep watching mainstream telly, programming, but there is a core awakening, beautiful awakening spiritually at the moment. Well, quite a while ago now, it's still going on, and it's great. So when it's my natural time, and I mean when it's my natural time to go, you know, I know I did the best I could. And if people don't like it, that's their problem. And I know this plotting, this silly, pathetic plotting. Always plot for my downfall. And that is unlawful. Oh, they have to be legit about it, you know, to make up assumptions, and this is where you need to learn the definitions of words and meanings, and need to rebut point to point these assumptions. If it wasn't for these connections, a certain individual and his connections blocking my access to goods and services, which has always been fine, until they started to go pear-shaped 2019, 2018 to date. I've got these reports and it shows a malpractice in the public sector, and it shows where they failed and how they failed me. It's not just me actually, it was nationally, and it's by design because the company folded in 2018 and now they've reorganised their Agenda 2030. That it's not really accountable, it's a private corporation, and the very key man from the 1989 correction, 1998, it is very much political, well connected and taken over the area. He's still around. So it makes it unsafe for me with his influences, and when they're targeting me, it's so bad. But you see, I can't even hire a man with a van kind of thing to put stuff in storage, you know, where it's safe. And I thought, you know, I did try all this before to plan ahead. And when my mum, correction, when my son was talking to me, and I did say to him, could you assist out me set up a trust? And you and your wife at the time be trustees, and you need a bank account, I could help draw up the documents, the trust documents, because I knew how to do it, and how to word it. And then he pulled out. And at the time when my sister was talking to me, I did ask her as well to be a backup, but with the trust, you need a separate bank account, you need to have the trustees agreeable, and be available to, if you need to draw out in the trust or whatever it may be, you need to physically go to trustees at the same time to the bank to actually withdraw the cash or whatever it might be with the trustees, and it's very difficult 500 miles away from me. So that didn't pan out, did it? So of course, since 2019 I looked into all this. Nothing new. But see, national public servants and their agents, public companies are funded by public purse, and their agents, they already know. I already looked into that ages ago. I shouldn't have to prove it. I don't need to prove anything. And they're implying just because I can't take a certain amount of, you know, it's not the fact that I don't know what I'm doing. And I know fully aware the policies and procedures. Ignore the idiots outside trying to distract me. Yeah, so a merry-go-round, all this. All of this entailed to trauma-based mind control is just a constant merry-go-round. And it's like constant paperwork, constant cost of printing and ink and stamps, and a constant drain on the energy. There's the sucking the vibrations out, keeping the vibrations low, constant state of, this is what the psychological tactics are, the constant state of that. And it's like, and a constant trauma side, repetitively. So there's no real break in the cycle. It's like it's like recycling the same old kind of, but a slightly different tactics, you know. And it's like a stage, really, it's like a theatre, and it's just acting out their obvious narcissist, really just out for themselves. There's no real interest in humanity in the essence of care, love, and spirituality, you know, and not really in the business side. On the documents I've been reading, and the future is very much you do as we want, dictation. It's authoritarian, where a Chinese state, a communist state take over. And it's really just like, wow, these are the end of times. So my late mum, and she was very much a true Christian, I call her. Not the organised religion, but in her heart, she's a true Christian. I wished I had that Bible. My late brother, you know, well, he's still about, but he's not my brother anymore, the way I look at it, because of what he's been doing all these years. And he only wanted that Bible because it's worth a lot, you know. He didn't turn up to my mum's funeral. I knew that wasn't a proper funeral, my mum. If it was, he would have been there. He would have made his peace. And so, yeah, I've got a lot of evidence, so a lot of photos and texts and documents to show the history today, what's been going on, not just on my personal family, extended family, and how they've been all of my life. You see, you don't go along with the status quo. You're on your own mindset, and you realise that it's not just me, there's other people like me out there, and you realise that you're not going to follow along with the crowd. I've always been indifferent, but I wouldn't push any of my ideas, my viewpoints on people. I toned that down a long time ago. But unfortunately, when people are down on their luck, they turn to drinks, they turn to drugs, they turn to whatever, to thinking that's going to hurt, that's going to protect, it's going to help calm the soul. It doesn't work. It's only a temporary fix, I know that. But I'm uptown art yesterday, trying to put some cash in the bank. I timed it wrong because I was concerned about this coming weather. Trying to get some cold tin stuff and dried stuff in. And exhausted myself trying to, and I didn't realise how all my muscles are pulled. And I'm shattered I am. And the heat is very... It does say in UK websites and stuff in England, if you're on certain types of medications or certain type of disabilities, you have to be extremely careful. But they're targeting my head and my left side at the moment. But of course, I have to be careful after 3 strokes. I have to be lucky enough, my late mum taught me. Lined curtains of a certain nature I've always had. I've always was taught that, how it blocks the sun if it gets too strong. And that's how I was taught when we had that heat stroke, you know, not stroke, but heat wave years ago. So here we come in. And then I saw Against the Grain. He's got a YouTube channel, he's in Croatia. And he showed the truth. Shock, really, isn't it? It's complete shock. It is, for me, I find it a shock because I know all along. You see things, pink skies with your own eyes. You're seeing, well, having lived by the coast when I was a kid, having as a teenager as well, having known what natural sun looks like, natural weather. None of this is it's not natural anymore. Interesting times we're living in, really, because it's like when I get to Grain, it is stream yesterday, they were trying to stop him going off. He did eventually. And very much, very, very, very intelligent individual, and he broke down mathematical models as well, and it showed why the wildfires in Portugal is happening. It's planet comets. They're burning. It's affecting the way it's settling the comets in Ebro over in Europe and Portugal, of that extreme heat, and how England is going to be affected by that. It's forthcoming. weekend in this particular region as well. So, common sense approach, you know, it's just like, but when you know also that the dark occultists, I'll call it that, that's what they are. They have the underground military bases, mine bases, for a long time, and they do have Phil's nicer. I think I pronounced it right. He's passed away a long time ago. I tried to stream when I eventually got to sleep. Sleep deprivation last night. Didn't sleep properly. I recorded my sleep and I can hear so many sounds. You effing monkeys thumping on my door. That bloody street lamp is unsafe. Any junk and Tom, Dick and Harry can get in that corridor and tampering my bloody front door. 7 months delay repairing it after the police broke it in. You see, when you get robbed and all your keys and stuff goes missing, they had no choice but to break it in. This is what it's like. But no, even the policeman for my flat 7. They didn't even do his door frame correctly. And if you go round the garden area, oh my gosh, on the block 1 to 6, round the back, it's a dumping ground. They could, if they want to, of course, you know, promote regeneration policies and health and encourage people to be a community if there's such a thing anymore. They would have really dug that ground, a bit land out. It would make a great compost to grow your vegetables, grow your own food, and create that initiative. But no, it's like they want the land to just go to disarray. It's only my side, this car park area and these block of flats. I don't really care. There's a certain individual that is opposite me, and just above him, that she is a sex kitten. Be looking, educateyourself.org, the Monic program, what a sex kitten is. When they've been in the care system, if they're not being, certain things happen to them, shall I say, without saying keywords, they're turning to being used for private adult parties or certain adult nature, and may do the deal with the devil. And sadly, that young 18-year-old, for her agreeable to sell her soul that way, she's got a new flat, all the new white goods. So she seemed to be the one for any new females, and some of them are men, young men, to be used as well. They go to a flat, and if somebody wants to, if a puppet doesn't want to entrap them in drinks or drugs or something stupid, they will use the flat occasionally to do it, and she will drag them in, and she's well trained. Her family, I don't know what happened to her as a young kid growing up, but her family, you could just see her sister. I've never seen her mum. I don't know what ever happened to her mum. Perhaps the mum just left the family because her dad and her dad's friends are very much, I'm not saying they're paedophilia or anything like that, because I have no first-hand knowledge, but from looking at them and their behaviour at the period of time when they've been hobbling around her, and the so-called sister, and when she brought the young lad, whether it's their own family relative or not, it was so clear that sadly, I don't know how long ago, their educational level was so low that they got took advantage of. And so one of their kids, which is obviously that individual now, she's living that certain flat opposite me, they turned her into, put her into care, foster parents that's very wealthy. And what the hell did they do to her foster system? And for her to be turning to be a perpetrator. It's such a waste of a young life. Sold her soul now, we're sold out. There's no turning back. You don't get out of the program. Well, if you go to get out of the program, you have to sign a disclaimer and end the contract. But you have to be careful in case you get turned to be targeted yourself. And a certain individual opposite me, I know he's not the official tenant, and the one that he split out a long time ago. He did his gaslighting years ago and lied about me and my cats. I did not know about this program at the time, and my cats were harmless. So well, before I got my neighbour, I was able to look after them. Everything was in writing to have them here, and they didn't harm nobody. So well, Carol, before she passed away a long time ago, she sold her soul out with that individual that was opposite me, because the cancer ate into her body, or the smoking, all that troubled life. She was meant to be the one sucking up to everybody, and then certain individual, I won't mention who, took over. There's another witch. She is a witch, I know that, by her whole essence. Sadly, she used to be a glamour model. Funny enough, you get a glamour model to be a magistrate, do you? Yeah. When you look into educate yourself to law, just go and research Monarch, Project Monarch, and the Butterfly, and what they do. Well, the female point of view, the female side, what they do to them, and at what age they start, and what programs they can put them into. And this is worldwide, because I know my neighbour, sadly, she is like I won't call her a heavy witch, but she is a Druid. She's not quite practicing, but she's got connections like that. So she's trying to take over a small area. And she and the other guy that's opposite me, they're just people, but their souls are rotten to the core. 2020, he says to me, oh, well, I'm best friends. I'm best friends with the chief of police. So, it's up to you what you want to do. Oh, yeah, we're all best mates now. No, sadly, when his late mum passed away, what really ever happened to her? He only brought her up to this area from London because of her finance, extremely wealthy. And he claimed he had bad legs from lorry driving, and he was claiming disability for years, a mobility car. All the new system, it all changed. He didn't pass it, so he had to do something so he didn't have to work. So he got his mama and portrayed to be his carer, her carer. Why the hell did she put her in the place where she was? Not that long after she passed away, and left him a lot of the cash. Well, the estate, I should say, I suppose you call it. And so he used that for his influences and pushed his way into people's lives, and he's one of these narcissists. Sadly, one of my neighbours, who did lose a plot a long time ago, he's ex-military. Don't know what he did in the military years ago, but he had a heavy drinking problem. He has a heavy drinking problem. At one period of time he smashed telly out of his window and it crashed outside my bloody window. And that period of time I don't know what they did to him, but quite a long while he was taken away for rehabilitation. And it's not seen about a while later. He comes back like a new man, and he's now they turn him into a gang stalker, pretending to be friendly to me, and then he just turned into a massive. That individual is opposite me. He turned him into that. Got the training to do it. Yeah, there's quite a few people that's been turned into that. Anyway, I want to look at this particular thing I was going to share. And then I'll just play this in the background. Oh, where is it? Italy. Screen share this, Italy. The unrest. Such a shame. Is this going to be the next? And they're planning for another lockdown. Nine queues to get food. Control the food supply. That's in Vatican, is it? Square. 2-day strikes of taxi people in Italy. Streets of Rome protest. 10 of the government something bill over there. Statute Act. Taxi drivers took to the streets in Rome about, I don't know what the changes are doing. Could it be reference to their policies, the global agendas? Who knows? Well-based ride sharing service at aboit and aboit, BOLT, that would put them in unfair competition. So protesters gathered after the announcement of a 48-hour nation strike. Again, it's like a roller coaster, dominoes effect. They blame the Prime Minister for allowing a decree that will make the sector and the worker taxi drivers more precarious. Conquer and divide, cause the chaos and then find the solutions and find the control of the populace. Isn't that the globalist banking Rothschild families and the like plan all along? For the replacement of the UN control? One world policing, one world this, one world that. Lines to receive food are longer than in Ukraine. So sell your hypocrisy, is it somewhere else? I think that's what they're trying to say. Taxi drivers protest again, as I said, to deregulate taxi licenses and prices in order again to align them with WEF partner, a company known as UBR. We don't want Uber to enter Italy. They are an international company. Of course they are. They pay taxes abroad. These people are waking up, aren't they? People are waking up. What's going on? They pay taxes abroad while we pay taxes in Italy. See how it all globalists are all planning all this? So, like, storm the parliament during a protest against government policies have made this difficult for the country's You're not a citizen, it's not a government, it's a corporation. But anyway, a lot of these people may not know that. And are they paid actors to do it? Who knows? Anything could be anything these days. So they say workers, taxis and farmers, fishermen, street vendors and truckers on the hunt for politicians besieged Parliament for the second consecutive day. Wow. Will they call a state an emergency or country or whatever emergency like they're doing abroad? Will that come to Western countries as well? These are definitely the end of times, and it's all. I won't keep here. I'll just I'll run this thing. Can anybody see the sky actually as a camera? You're just noticing up above. The Tanny farmers are in the Dutch something farmer. Yeah, Tanny enjoying Dutch farmers.
Non la facciamo più, dovreste essere con noi! A Roma, sì, a Roma dobbiamo andare! A Roma perché non è più possibile!
Italy has been having nationwide protests saying, I don't know who that is, has failed to deal with the economic. It's a world reset economically by the world, the globalist banking elite corporations. It's always been going to be that way. Economic crisis in the country is part of the G7. There's a picture in. Oh look, but is that Boris Johnson? Is that with Tony Blair? So there you go. I'll end up sharing and put something in the background different on. Who knows if it's gonna come over here. Such a lot of despair and frustrations. Oh, I think this. Oh, shit, is that my computer? I'll make this.